Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where tonight we'll journey through magical corridors, enchanted classrooms, and the peaceful grounds of the castle. Join us as we explore the wizarding world in a story designed to help you drift into a peaceful sleep. After our story concludes, you'll hear the gentle crackling of a common room fire to help you fall asleep. There will be no advertisements or interruptions, just the continuous, soothing sounds of flames to carry you into your dreams. Now take a deep breath, relax your mind, and let's begin our magical adventure. The scarlet steam engine of the Hogwarts Express puffed gently through the English countryside, steel wheels clicking rhythmically over the tracks like the steady heartbeat of an old friend. Rain pattered softly against the windows, creating silvery rivulets that raced along the glass, catching the warm glow from the corridor lamps. Most students had settled comfortably into their compartments, some already dozing off against cushioned seats, others trading chocolate frog cards or sharing stories of summer adventures. But Elliot Thornfield, a quiet fifth-year Hufflepuff with a mop of chestnut hair and a perpetually untucked shirt, was wandering the swaying corridors with purpose. "'Tis be here somewhere," he murmured, patting his pockets for perhaps the 20th time since boarding the train. His grandmother's letter, the one containing her precious family recipe for pepper-up potion with the secret ingredient that made it taste like cinnamon rather than pepper, had been carefully folded and tucked into his coat. But when he'd reached for it to show his friend Priya, it had vanished. Elliot had already checked beneath his seat, inside his textbooks, and even asked the lady with the trolley if someone had turned in a folded piece of parchment. Now, as the rain fell heavier outside and the sky darkened with both storm clouds and approaching evening, he made his way toward the luggage carriage at the very end of the train. "Perhaps it slipped from my pocket when I was putting away my trunk," he reasoned, though he knew the chances were slim. Still, he had promised his grandmother he would keep the recipe safe, and a Thornfield never broke a promise. The door to the luggage carriage was heavier than the others, made of solid oak with brass fittings that had tarnished to a dull gold over decades of use. It creaked open reluctantly, as if it wasn't accustomed to visitors during the journey. Inside, the carriage was dim and dusty, lit only by a few enchanted lanterns that cast long shadows among the stacked trunks and cages. The air smelled of old leather, mothballs, and something else, something vaguely reminiscent of the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. Elliot's footsteps echoed softly as he made his way deeper into the carriage. Trunks of every size and color were secured with straps against the gentle rocking of the train. Owl cages, mostly empty save for a few sleeping birds, were stacked neatly in one corner. Winter cloaks and spare robes hung from hooks along the walls, swaying like silent specters with each turn of the tracks. "Lumos," Elliot whispered, and the tip of his wand illuminated with a soft, bluish glow. He located his own trunk, a modest brown leather case with brass corners and his initials stamped in gold, and knelt beside it. He'd already searched it thoroughly before stowing it away, but perhaps the recipe had been tucked into a pocket he'd missed. As he rummaged through his belongings for the second time that day, a small sound caught his attention. A sniffle, so soft it might have been the wind finding its way through a crack in the window. But Elliot knew better. That was the unmistakable sound of someone trying very hard not to cry. "Hello?" he called gently, lifting his wand higher to cast light into the darker corners of the carriage. "Is someone there?" For a moment, only the steady rhythm of the train answered him. Then, From behind a stack of particularly ancient-looking trunks, a small figure emerged. She couldn't have been older than 11, with wide amber eyes and 2 thick braids that fell over her shoulders. Her Hogwarts robes were crisp and new, clearly never worn before today, and the lack of any house colours marked her as a first year. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice barely audible over the train's movements. "I know we're not supposed to be in here during the journey." Elliot offered a reassuring smile. "That makes 2 rule breakers then, doesn't it?" "I won't tell if you won't." The girl returned a wobbly smile, though her eyes remained glassy with unshed tears. "I'm Elliot," he said, lowering his wand slightly so he wouldn't blind her. "5th year, Hufflepuff. What's your name?" "Maisie," she replied, twisting the end of one braid around her finger. "Maisie Whittaker." "Nice to meet you, Maisie. Are you looking for something? Maybe I can help." Her lower lip trembled slightly. "My owl. Not a real one. A stuffed one. My dad gave it to me before—" She trailed off, looking away. "Before he went away. I've had it since I was little, and I can't go to Hogwarts without it. I think someone might have taken it as a joke when I went to the bathroom, but when I came back to my compartment, no one would admit it." Elliot felt a pang of sympathy. He knew what it was like to hold tight to something that connected you to family, especially when heading into the unknown. "What does your owl look like?" "Maybe it got mixed in with the luggage somehow. He's grey and white, about this big." Maisie held her hands about 8 inches apart. "And he has one eye that's slightly crooked. His name is Horace." "Horace the Owl," Elliot nodded, smiling. "A distinguished name. Let's find him, shall we?" Together they began searching through the carriage, checking under trunks and behind cages. Elliot even checked inside a few of the unlocked cases, apologizing silently to their owners for the intrusion, though he was careful not to disturb anything. As they worked their way deeper into the carriage, the lighting grew dimmer and the luggage appeared older, covered in a thicker layer of dust. Some trunks looked as if they hadn't been claimed in years, their leather cracked and faded, brass fittings tarnished beyond recognition. "Does anyone ever clean out this carriage?" Elliot wondered aloud, running a finger through the dust on top of a particularly ancient trunk. "Not as often as they ought to," came an unexpected reply, but not from Maisie. Elliot jumped, nearly dropping his wand. The voice had come from the trunk itself, a deep, slightly creaky voice that sounded as old as the leather it emanated from. Maisie gasped, backing away slightly. "Did that trunk just speak?" "I most certainly did," the trunk replied indignantly. "And I'm not just any trunk, thank you very much. I am a Methuselah Mulberry magical voyager, crafted in 1837 for distinguished visiting travelers. I've circumnavigated the globe 16 times and have visited every continent, including the magical territories of Antarctica that don't appear on Muggle maps." Elliot and Maisie exchanged bemused glances. "I'm very sorry," Elliot said politely. "We didn't mean to disturb you. We're looking for a stuffed owl named Horace, and my grandmother's recipe. Have you seen either by chance?" The trunk seemed to consider this for a moment. Then, in a voice that had suddenly shifted to a sing-song rhythm, it recited, "Lost items wander, as items will do, when left unattended by careless folk like you. But behind the panel where the moonlight falls, you'll find a doorway within these walls." "It speaks in rhymes?" Maisie whispered to Elliot, her search for Horace temporarily forgotten in the wake of this new magical oddity. "Only when providing directions," the trunk said primly, its voice returning to normal. "It's a security feature. prevents just anyone from understanding. My original owner was quite paranoid. Elliot turned in a slow circle, raising his wand higher. Moonlight. But it's raining outside, and anyway, we're in a closed carriage. Look there, Maisie pointed toward the far corner of the luggage car, where a single beam of silvery light shone through a tiny gap in the carriage's wooden paneling. It didn't look like sunlight or the warm glow of the lanterns. It had an ethereal quality, almost as if it were painted on the air. They approached cautiously, the rhythmic swaying of the train causing the beam of light to dance slightly on the dusty floor. Up close, Elliot could see that what had looked like a simple gap in the paneling was actually a thin seam outlining what might be a door. A very small door, maybe 3 feet high at most. I've never noticed this before, Elliot said, running his fingers along the seam. And I've been riding this train for 5 years now. Maybe it only appears when it's needed, Maisie suggested, the wonder in her voice momentarily eclipsing her sadness over the missing Horace. Like the room of requirement at Hogwarts. My older cousin told me about that. The trunk chuckled, a sound like old leather being flexed. Smart young witch. The Hogwarts Express has its secrets too, you know. Been running for centuries, gathering stories, collecting lost things, and sometimes keeping them safe until they're truly needed again. Elliot pressed gently on the panel where the moonlight touched, and to his surprise, it gave way with a soft click. A door, small enough that even Maisie would need to crouch to enter, swung inward to reveal a space that simply shouldn't have fit within the dimensions of the luggage carriage. The room beyond was circular, perhaps 15 feet in diameter, with a domed ceiling that glittered with what looked like tiny embedded stars. Unlike the dusty luggage compartment, this space was illuminated by a warm, golden light that seemed to have no particular source. The walls were lined with shelves that reached from floor to ceiling, each one filled with an assortment of items. Books with faded covers, jars containing what might have been potion ingredients, or possibly just colorful candies. Quills of every size and color, folded notes, small toys, chess pieces, and countless other objects that might have been lost or left behind by generations of Hogwarts students. In the center of the room stood a small, round table with a polished surface that reflected the starlight from above. Upon it sat a shallow stone basin that Elliot recognized as a pensieve, though smaller than the one he'd seen in the headmaster's office when he'd been sent there after accidentally turning a classroom of Ravenclaws purple during a backfired charm in his 3rd year. "Whoa," Maisie breathed, ducking through the doorway without hesitation. Elliot followed, having to bend nearly double to fit through the small entrance. Inside, the room felt curiously comfortable, as if it had been waiting for visitors. The air was neither stuffy nor cold, but rather like the perfect temperature of a bedroom when one is just about to fall asleep. There was a faint scent, too, something that reminded Elliot of the pages of old books, his grandmother's kitchen, and the Hufflepuff common room all at once. What is this place? He wondered aloud, turning in a slow circle to take it all in. As if in response to his question, the small pensieve in the center of the room began to glow with a soft, silvery light. Tendrils of what looked like luminous mist rose from its surface, forming words in elegant script that hovered in the air. The repository of ephemera, things lost but not forgotten, memory made manifest. The words hung in the air for a moment, before dissolving back into mist that returned to the pensieve. The repository of ephemera, Elliot read aloud. A place for lost things, I suppose. Maisie had already begun exploring the shelves, her fingers hovering just above the items but not quite touching them. "Do you think Horace might be here?" "It's possible," Elliot said, though he wasn't entirely sure how a recently lost stuffed owl would find its way to this hidden room so quickly. Still, if this place somehow collected lost items from the train, perhaps Horace, and his grandmother's recipe, had been drawn here. As they began to search the shelves more carefully, Elliot noticed something peculiar. Certain items seemed to emit a faint glow when either he or Maisie passed their hands near them. A worn leather bookmark glowed softly blue when Elliot's fingers came close, while a small silver bell chimed gently and glowed golden when Maisie approached it. I think they're responding to us," Elliot said slowly, "like they recognize something in us." "This one knows me," Maisie said, pointing to the silver bell that still glowed faintly. "But I've never seen it before in my life." "Perhaps it's not about you knowing the object," came a new voice, soft and melodious, "but about the object recognizing something in you." Both Elliot and Maisie turned, startled, to find that they were no longer alone in the suppository. Sitting in a comfortable-looking armchair that Elliot was certain hadn't been there a moment ago was an elderly witch with silver hair pulled back in a loose bun. She wore robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver stars that matched the ones on the ceiling, and her eyes twinkled with the same golden light that filled the room. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry," she said, looking genuinely apologetic. "I didn't mean to frighten you. It's been so long since I've had visitors, I'm afraid I've forgotten my manners. My name is Professor Evelyn Thornbury. I used to teach charms at Hogwarts, some 50 years ago now, I suppose." "You live here?" Maisie asked, eyes wide with curiosity rather than fear. Professor Thornbury laughed, a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "Not exactly, dear. I'm more of a caretaker, you might say, or perhaps a memory myself. The distinction becomes rather blurry after a while." Elliot wasn't entirely sure what she meant by that, but something told him it would be impolite to press the point. "We're looking for some lost items," he explained instead. "A stuffed owl named Horace, and a letter with a potion recipe." "Ah, things do have a way of finding their way here," Professor Thornbury nodded, rising from her chair with surprising grace for someone who appeared to be well over 100 years old. "The repository collects items that hold particular emotional significance to their owners. Things that are missed, mourned, remembered with love or longing." She approached one of the shelves and ran her fingers along it, not touching any item directly, but seeming to sense something from each one she passed. "The room itself is a peculiar bit of magic, neither fully in the physical world nor entirely separated from it. It exists in the space between memory and reality." "But how do we find our things in all of this?" Maisie asked, gesturing to the dozens of shelves that surrounded them. "The repository organizes itself according to need," Professor Thornbury explained, "and the items will respond to those who are connected to them, as you've already discovered. The stronger the emotional connection, the brighter they'll glow." As if to demonstrate, she waved a hand toward a section of shelving, and several items began to glow with varying intensities. "You must let your feelings guide you. Think about why these lost things matter to you, not just what they are, but what they represent." Maisie closed her eyes, her small face scrunched in concentration. "Horace reminds me of my dad," she said softly. "He gave him to me when I was 5, just before he left for his expedition. He never came back, but having Horace made me feel like a part of him was still with me." As she spoke, A soft grey light began to emanate from a high shelf across the room. Floating gently down from its perch came a small stuffed owl, somewhat worn and indeed slightly crooked around one eye, just as Maisie had described. It drifted through the air like a leaf on an autumn breeze, finally coming to rest in Maisie's outstretched hands. "Horace," she exclaimed, clutching the stuffed owl to her chest. "I thought I'd lost you forever." Elliot smiled at her joy, then closed his own eyes, trying to follow Professor Thornbury's advice. "The recipe is important because it connects me to my grandmother," he said thoughtfully. "She's getting older now, and she's been teaching me all the family recipes, passing down traditions. This particular one has been in our family for generations, and she trusted me to keep it safe." He felt a gentle warmth against his cheek, like a breath of air, and opened his eyes to see a folded piece of parchment floating before him, glowing with a soft amber light. He plucked it from the air and carefully unfolded it, recognizing immediately his grandmother's elegant handwriting. The recipe was intact, every ingredient and instruction preserved exactly as she had written them. "Thank you," he said, not sure if he was thanking the room itself or Professor Thornbury, but feeling gratitude nonetheless. The professor smiled, her form seeming to shimmer slightly in the golden light. "The propository gives back what was lost, but it also offers something more, if you're willing to receive it." "What do you mean?" Elliot asked, tucking the recipe safely into his inner pocket. "Everything here carries memories," she explained, gesturing to the pensieve. "Not just the memories of those who lost them, but the memories of the objects themselves, where they've been, who's held them, what they've witnessed. If you wish, the repository can show you these memories, though I must warn you that looking into the past isn't always easy." Maisie, still hugging Horace tightly, approached the pensieve curiously. Could I see my dad from when he gave me Horace?" Professor Thornbury's expression softened with compassion. "The pensieve can only show memories connected to objects that reside in the repository, dear. But perhaps Horace himself carries some memories from his time with your father." She gestured for Maisie to bring the stuffed owl closer to the pensieve. As the toy hovered over the silvery surface of the basin, wisps of memory began to rise, coalescing into a scene that played out above the pensieve like a miniature theatre. A man with Maisie's amber eyes was sitting on the edge of a small bed, speaking softly to a much younger Maisie. He held the stuffed owl in his hands, making it bow and dance, bringing peals of laughter from the child. Though they couldn't hear his words, the love in his expression was unmistakable. Tears welled in Maisie's eyes as she watched, but they were accompanied by a smile. "I'd forgotten how he used to make Horace dance like that," she whispered. "Thank you for showing me." The memory dissolved back into silver mist, returning to the pensieve. Professor Thornbury turned to Elliot, a question in her eyes. "Would you like to see a memory as well?" Elliot hesitated. He was curious, certainly, but also slightly apprehensive. What might the recipe reveal? Generations of his family had passed it down, each adding their own touch, their own story. "Yes," he decided finally. "I'd like to see." He held the parchment over the pensieve, and once again silver mist rose to form a scene. This time it showed a kitchen, warm and inviting, where a much younger version of his grandmother stood stirring a cauldron while a young girl, Elliot's mother, watched intently. "The secret," his grandmother was saying, her voice somehow audible though distant, "is not just in the ingredients, but in how much love you stir into it. Potions are more than just chemistry and magic, they're about intention. Elliot's mother nodded seriously, taking notes in a small book. And we only share this with family, she asked. Family and those who become family, his grandmother corrected with a warm smile. Those we choose to bring into our hearts. The recipe itself isn't really the secret, you know? It's the tradition of passing it down, of teaching and learning together. That's the true magic. The scene shifted, showing Elliot's mother, now grown, teaching the same recipe to Elliot's father shortly after they were married. Then it shifted again to show his grandmother teaching it to Elliot himself just a few months ago. The 3 generations of their family together in the same kitchen, laughing and stirring. As the memory faded, Elliot felt a lump in his throat. I never realized, he said softly, how many moments of love this recipe has witnessed. Professor Thornbury nodded, her eyes twinkling. Objects hold more than we realize. They anchor our memories, connect us across time to those we've loved and those who've loved us. That's why losing them can feel so painful. It's not just the thing itself we fear losing, but the connections it represents. Maisie looked down at Horace, still clutched in her arms. But I've found him now, do I have to leave him here? No, dear, Professor Thornbury assured her. The repository doesn't keep what is found, only what remains lost. You may take Horace with you, and you, young man, may keep your recipe. But you might consider leaving something else behind, something small, to acknowledge what you've received. Like a trade? Elliot asked. More like a tradition, the professor corrected gently. Those who find their way here and reclaim what was lost often choose to leave a token, something that might one day help another visitor, or simply a way of saying thank you to the magic of this place. Elliot considered this, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small brass compass that had belonged to his grandfather. It no longer pointed north. In fact, it hadn't worked properly for years, but he'd kept it as a memento. My grandfather used to say that even a broken compass can remind you that there are directions to be found, he said, placing it carefully on one of the shelves. Maybe someone else will find that thought useful someday. Maisie hesitated, then removed a small blue ribbon from one of her braids. This was part of my first ever school uniform, before I knew I was a witch, she explained, laying it beside the compass. It reminds me that there are always new beginnings. Professor Thornbury smiled approvingly. Well chosen, both of you. Now, I believe your train will be arriving at Hogsmeade Station soon, and you'll want to be back in your compartments before then. As if her words had summoned it, the doorway through which they'd entered reappeared, though Elia couldn't recall when it had vanished. Will we be able to find this place again? Maisie asked, looking around the repository with clear reluctance to leave. The repository reveals itself to those who need it, Professor Thornbury replied, her form beginning to fade slightly into the golden light of the room. Whether or not you find your way back depends on many things, but know that it will always be here, keeping watch over the lost things of Hogwarts students past and present. Elliot had a sudden thought. Professor Thornbury, are you lost too? Is that why you're here? Her smile turned wistful, in a manner of speaking. I chose to become part of the repository's magic when my time at Hogwarts came to an end. There are worse fates than helping young witches and wizards reconnect with what matters to them. With that enigmatic answer, she faded completely from view, leaving Elliot and Maisie alone in the glowing room. The door beckoned, and with one last look at the repository of ephemera, They ducked through the small opening and back into the dusty luggage compartment of the Hogwarts Express. To their surprise, everything was exactly as they had left it. The stacked trunks, the hanging cloaks, even the talking trunk, which appeared to have fallen back into dormancy. But when Elliot turned to look at the panel they'd come through, he found only solid wooden wall, with no trace of a doorway or the beam of moonlight that had revealed it. "Did that really happen?" Maisie asked, still clutching Horace tightly. Elliot felt the weight of his grandmother's recipe in his pocket and smiled. "Yes, I think it did. Magic works in strange ways sometimes." Just then, the train began to slow, and the distant sound of voices grew louder as students prepared for arrival at Hogsmeade Station. "We should get back," Elliot said. "You'll want to be with the other first years when we arrive." Maisie nodded, suddenly looking nervous again, though this time with the anticipation of arrival rather than the distress of loss. "What house do you think I'll be in?" "Whichever one is lucky enough to have you," Elliot replied warmly. "And no matter which it is, if you ever need help finding anything, or anyone, you can always come find me." Together, they made their way back through the swaying corridors of the Hogwarts Express as it pulled into Hogsmeade Station, the castle waiting in the distance, its windows glowing with welcome light against the darkening sky. The rain had stopped, leaving the air fresh and clean, full of possibility. Elliot patted his pocket once more, reassuring himself that the recipe was still there, and smiled at the thought of all the memories it contained, and all the new ones yet to be made as another year at Hogwarts began. Some things might get lost along the way, but as the repository had shown him, not everything lost is gone forever. Sometimes the most important things find their way back to us, carrying even more meaning than when they left. As the train came to a complete stop with a gentle hiss of steam, Elliot thought he heard, just for a moment, the faint sound of a silver bell chiming from somewhere deep within the luggage carriage. A reminder of the magic that travels with them all, seen and unseen, remembered and forgotten, always connecting them to each other, and to the stories that came before. Summer rain drummed steadily against the windows of the Hogwarts Express, creating a soothing backdrop of gentle pitter-patter that lulled many students into afternoon drowsiness. The warm, butter-sullen lamps in each compartment cast a cozy glow that fought against the grey day outside, making the train feel like a moving sanctuary of light and warmth. In the third carriage, about halfway down the train, 13-year-old twins Felix and Flora Fawley were anything but drowsy. The Ravenclaw third years sat cross-legged on their compartment seats, surrounded by a small mountain of sweets purchased from the trolley witch. Fizzing Whizbees, Drooble's best-blowing gum, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, and, of course, chocolate frogs. "I've got Dumbledore again," Felix sighed, flipping over the pentagonal card that had come with his first chocolate frog. "That's the third one this term. I was hoping for Artemisia Lufkin." "Trade you," Flora replied, not looking up from her own card. "I've got 2 Lufkins already. What I really need is Gondoline Oliphant to complete my notorious witch hunters collection." "No deal," Felix said, tucking the Dumbledore card into his pocket. "I've got something better in mind for this one." Flora glanced up, immediately recognizing the mischievous gleam in her brother's eye, the same gleam that had resulted in both of them serving detention last term after they'd enchanted all the suits of armor on the 3rd floor to recite increasingly ribald limericks whenever Professor McGonagall walked past. "What are you plotting now?" she asked, unable to keep the interest from her voice. Felix reached for another chocolate frog box, turning it over in his hands with studied nonchalance. Remember that charm we found in that old book in the restricted section? The one about giving temporary semi-consciousness to enchanted objects? Flora's eyes widened. You don't mean... We're not? We've only got 4 more hours till we reach Hogwarts. Might as well make it interesting. Felix pulled out his wand, 11 inches, cedar with dragon heartstring, quite bendy, and tapped the chocolate frog package 3 times while muttering an incantation under his breath. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the blue and gold pentagonal box began to tremble slightly, as if something inside had suddenly become very agitated. I think it worked, Felix whispered, his freckled face alight with excitement. He carefully opened one corner of the box, just enough to peek inside. A pair of tiny chocolate eyes blinked back at him. Merlin's beard. It actually worked, he exclaimed. Look at this, Flora. But as he tilted the box toward his sister, the movement created just enough of an opening for what happened next. In a blur of rich brown, the chocolate frog leapt from its confinement, launching itself with surprising force toward the compartment door, which, unfortunately for the twins, but fortunately for the frog, had been left slightly ajar. Catch it! Flora yelped, lunging forward but missing the agile confection by inches. The chocolate frog landed in the corridor with a soft plop, oriented itself for a fraction of a second, then took another magnificent hop toward freedom. The twins scrambled to the doorway just in time to see their enchanted creation bouncing enthusiastically down the train corridor, leaving tiny, melty footprints on the carpeted floor. Peter it! Felix cried, his voice caught between dismay and delight. If Wilkins finds out we've been using magic from the restricted section again, we'll be in detention until we graduate. He was referring to Percival Wilkins, the new head boy, a Gryffindor 7th year, with a sterling record and an almost supernatural ability to know exactly when and where rules were being broken. Rumor had it he'd been offered a position in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement before he'd even completed his newts. The twins burst into the corridor, nearly colliding with a group of first years who had gathered outside their compartment to trade gobstones. The newcomers jumped back in surprise, creating a domino effect of startled exclamations down the narrow passageway. Sorry, pardon us, coming through, Flora called as she and Felix navigated the suddenly crowded space, their eyes fixed on the hopping form of the chocolate frog, which was now about 20 feet ahead and showing no signs of slowing down. One of the first years, a small boy with a mop of curly brown hair, pointed at the escaping Swede. Is that a real frog? Of course not, replied another, a girl with long blonde plaits. It's a chocolate frog, isn't it? But they're only supposed to have one good jump in them before they become regular chocolate. This observation, entirely accurate under normal circumstances, only added to the growing interest as more students emerged from their compartments to witness the unusual spectacle. The chocolate frog, seeming to sense it now had an audience, executed a particularly impressive leap that sent it sailing over the tea trolley, which was being wheeled back toward the front of the train by the elderly trolley witch. Oh my! The witch exclaimed as the frog soared over her head, narrowly missing her pointed hat. The trolley wobbled precariously, sending a stack of cauldron cakes sliding dangerously toward the edge. Felix, seeing impending disaster, made a split-second decision. He dove forward in a manner that would have made any Quidditch keeper proud, sliding on his knees across the carpeted floor of the train corridor. With one hand he steadied the trolley, with the other he caught the teetering stack of cakes just before they would have tumbled to the floor. Goodness gracious, the trolley witch said, adjusting her hat with a slightly trembling hand. "What on earth is going on?" "Enchanted chocolate frog, Mum," Felix explained, scrambling to his feet and returning the cauldron cakes to their proper place. "Got away from us. Terribly sorry about that." The witch peered down her long nose at him, her expression severe but her eyes twinkling with what might have been amusement. "Well, see that you catch it before it causes any real mischief. Chocolate stains something dreadful, you know." Meanwhile, Flora had continued the pursuit, now joined by the curious first years and a growing procession of students from various houses and years. The chocolate frog maintained its lead, hopping with a vigor and purposefulness that seemed highly unusual for an enchanted sweet. "It's heading toward the prefect's carriage," someone called from the back of the impromptu chase party. A collective groan went up from the group. The prefect's carriage, located near the front of the train, was territory most students preferred to avoid unless specifically summoned. It was where the house prefects, head boy, and head girl held their meetings and, more relevantly to the current situation, where they often caught and disciplined rule breakers. The chocolate frog, oblivious to, or perhaps deliberately defying these concerns, continued its determined journey, occasionally pausing as if to make sure its pursuers were still following. During one of these pauses, it remained so still that it appeared to be nothing more than a dropped sweet, causing momentary confusion among the students at the front of the chase, who hadn't seen it stop. "Where did it go?" a second-year Hufflepuff girl asked, looking around in bewilderment. "There it is," shouted a fourth-year Slytherin boy, pointing to what appeared to be an ordinary chocolate candy sitting innocently on the floor next to a compartment door. As several hands reached for it, the frog suddenly sprang back to life, leaping high into the air and causing several students to collide with each other in their surprise. "Did you see that?" Flora exclaimed, pushing her way to the front of the group. "It's pretending to be regular chocolate to trick us." This revelation sent a ripple of amazement through the crowd. What had started as a simple chase was quickly taking on the quality of legend, the kind of story that would be told and retold in Hogwarts common rooms for years to come. The commotion had grown loud enough to attract the attention of the train's authority figures. Just as the chocolate frog was preparing for what looked to be its most spectacular leap yet, a compartment door slid open directly in its path, and out stepped Percival Wilkins, the head boy himself. Wilkins was tall and lean, with neatly trimmed brown hair and the perpetually alert expression of someone who took their responsibilities very seriously indeed. His Gryffindor prefect badge gleamed on his chest, polished to a mirror shine. "What?" he asked in the carefully measured tone of someone who already knows they're not going to like the answer, "is going on out here?" The crowd of students came to an abrupt halt, explanations dying on their lips, as they realized how ridiculous the truth would sound. In the sudden silence, all eyes turned to the chocolate frog, which had frozen in place once more, looking for all the world like an ordinary sweet that someone had dropped on the floor. Wilkins followed their gaze, his brow furrowing in confusion as he spotted the innocent-looking chocolate. "Is this what all the fuss is about? A dropped chocolate frog?" He bent down to pick it up, and in that moment several things happened at once. The frog, abandoning its statue-like pose, leapt up with such force that it bounced off the ceiling of the corridor. Wilkins, startled by the sudden movement, lost his balance and stumbled backward into his compartment, and Felix, finally catching up with the rest of the group, skidded to a stop, just in time to witness the head boy's undignified tumble. For a moment, the entire corridor held its breath, waiting for the explosion of anger and punishment that would surely follow. Wilkins was known for his strict adherence to rules and his creative assignment of detentions. But instead of anger, a most unexpected sound emerged from the prefect's compartment. Laughter. Not just any laughter, but the full-bodied, unrestrained kind that comes from genuine amusement rather than mockery. Cautiously, the students peered into the compartment to find Wilkins sitting on the floor, adjusting his glasses, which had been knocked askew in his fall. The chocolate frog was perched on his shoulder, as calm and immobile as if it had never moved in its life. "I don't believe it," Wilkins chuckled, once he'd caught his breath. "An enchanted chocolate frog with a mind of its own. Who's responsible for this piece of magic?" All eyes turned to Felix and Flora, who reluctantly stepped forward, preparing themselves for the worst. "It was just a simple animation charm," Felix explained, his voice cracking slightly with nervousness. "We didn't mean for it to cause such a commotion." Wilkins carefully picked up the frog from his shoulder, examining it with something like respect. "Simple, you say? I've seen seventh years attempt similar charms with far less impressive results. This little fellow has shown more personality and determination than many wizards I know." He handed the frog back to Felix, who cupped it gently in his palms, surprised by this turn of events. 5 points from Ravenclaw for unauthorized use of magic on the train," Wilkins said, his voice returning to its usual authoritative tone, though a smile still played around the corners of his mouth. "And 5 points to Ravenclaw for exceptional charm work. Now, I suggest you all return to your compartments before—" He was interrupted by a soft croaking sound coming from Felix's hands. The chocolate frog, apparently not done with its adventure, gave one final leap, sailing over the heads of the assembled students and landing with surprising precision on top of a stack of books in the corner of the prefect's compartment. "What's it doing now?" Flora asked, moving closer to observe the frog, which was now standing completely still once more. Wilkins retrieved the books, bringing them into the light from the compartment window. The frog had landed on top of an old, leather-bound album that appeared to contain a collection of chocolate frog cards. "This belongs to Professor Flitwick," Wilkins explained. "He asked me to return it to him at the start of term. It's his collection of rare and unusual cards, some of them quite valuable, I believe." As he spoke, the frog began to melt, its enchantment apparently wearing off at last. But instead of simply becoming a puddle of chocolate, it seemed to be deliberately forming itself into a specific shape. A pentagon, to be precise. Exactly the size and shape of a chocolate frog card. "Well, I'll be a hippogriff's uncle," whispered one of the older students, voicing the amazement that all felt as they watched the transformation. When the melting was complete, what remained was indeed a perfect replica of a chocolate frog card, glistening slightly as if freshly printed. Wilkins carefully picked it up, turning it over to reveal the picture side. The students crowded closer, eager to see what, or who, was depicted on this most unusual card. The image showed a witch of middle years, with kind eyes and an enigmatic smile. She wore robes of a style that had been fashionable perhaps 50 years earlier, and her hair was arranged in an elaborate series of braids that seemed to incorporate various magical artifacts, tiny cauldrons, miniature books, and what looked like a diminutive wand or two. "Eleonora Bumbleton," Wilkins read from the caption beneath the image. 18991967. Creator of the original chocolate frog recipe and pioneer in the field of consumable magic. Known for her belief that joy and sweetness were the most powerful forms of magic available to wizard kind. The students exchanged glances, confusion evident on their faces. "I've collected chocolate frog cards for years," said a fifth-year Gryffindor girl who had joined the crowd, "and I've never heard of Eleonora Bumbleton." "Nor have I," agreed Wilkins, examining the card more closely. "And yet, here she is. The printing looks authentic, and the magical image is certainly of the same quality as official cards." Indeed, the image of Eleonora Bumbleton had begun to move, as was customary for wizard photographs and portraits. She winked at the onlookers, then reached into her pocket and withdrew what appeared to be a tiny chocolate frog, which she set on her palm. The miniature frog gave a hop, disappearing briefly out of frame, before returning to settle contentedly in the witch's hand. "Do you think," Flora suggested hesitantly, "that maybe she's real, but forgotten somehow, lost to history?" Wilkins turned the card over to read the brief biography printed on the back. Elena Bumbleton believed that magic existed primarily to bring delight and wonder into the world. Her creation of the chocolate frog, a sweet that mimics life just long enough to remind us of magic's playful nature, was her greatest gift to wizard kind. Though her name is rarely remembered today, her legacy lives on in every chocolate frog that jumps. Thoughtful silence fell over the group as they contemplated this information. It seemed impossible that the creator of something as iconic as chocolate frogs could be forgotten, and yet none of them had heard of her before this moment. "Maybe," suggested a quiet voice from the back of the group, "maybe that's why your frog was so special. Maybe it was trying to make sure she's remembered." The twins exchanged a look of wonder. What had started as a simple prank had somehow connected them to a piece of wizarding history, a story that had been lost, but perhaps wasn't meant to stay forgotten. "I think," Wilkins said slowly, carefully placing the card back on top of Professor Flitwick's album, "that Professor Flitwick will be very interested in this addition to his collection. And perhaps when we reach Hogwarts, a visit to the library might be in order. There must be records somewhere of Eleonora Bumbleton and her work." The students began to disperse, returning to their compartments, filled with the sense of having participated in something magical in the truest sense of the word. Unexpected, delightful, and somehow important in a way they couldn't quite articulate. Felix and Flora lingered behind, still processing everything that had happened. "Do you think we'll get in trouble when Professor Flitwick finds out?" Felix asked, glancing nervously at the card that now sat innocently on top of the album. Wilkins, overhearing the question, shook his head. "I think, Folly, that you've stumbled upon something rather special. Professor Flitwick appreciates magical curiosity more than most. I suspect he'll be more interested in how you managed to create such a remarkable enchantment than in punishing you for it." Relief washed over the twins' faces, quickly replaced by thoughtfulness as they considered the day's events. "You know," Flora said as they made their way back to their compartment, "I've been thinking about what career I might want to pursue after Hogwarts. I think I might like to study consumable magic, like Eleonora Bumbleton did. Imagine creating something that brings so much joy, something that becomes part of wizarding culture for generations." Felix nodded, his expression unusually serious for a boy who typically approached life with irreverent humor. "It's strange to think that someone could create something so beloved and then be forgotten. Makes you wonder what other magical history we've lost." As they settled back into their seats, the remaining chocolate frogs lying forgotten between them, the rain outside began to ease, allowing glimpses of golden late afternoon sunlight to pierce the clouds. the train continued its journey toward Hogwarts, carrying its cargo of young witches and wizards, and, perhaps, the rekindled memory of a forgotten magical pioneer. In the prefect's compartment, Percival Wilkins carefully secured Professor Flitwick's album, ensuring the mysterious new card wouldn't slip out during the remainder of the journey. As he did so, he could have sworn he saw Eleanor Bumbleton's image give him a knowing smile and a tiny nod of approval. Word of the extraordinary chocolate frog and its transformation spread quickly through the train. In each retelling, the story grew slightly more elaborate. The frog had spoken. It had performed complex magic. It had revealed ancient wizarding secrets. By the time the Hogwarts Express was pulling into Hogsmeade Station, the tale had achieved the status of train legend, joining the pantheon of stories that students would pass down year after year. For the remainder of the journey, Felix and Flora found themselves minor celebrities, with students from all houses stopping by their compartment to hear the story firsthand. They recounted the adventure faithfully, though Felix couldn't resist adding dramatic flourishes to his telling, while Flora repeatedly emphasized the curious nature of Eleanor Bumbleton's apparent historical erasure. "I bet it's a conspiracy," suggested a particularly enthusiastic second-year Gryffindor. "Maybe she knew too much, or her work was too revolutionary, so they made everyone forget about her." Flora shook her head, though she smiled at the boy's enthusiasm. "I don't think it's anything so sinister. History is full of people whose contributions get overlooked or attributed to others. Especially witches, actually." "But why would the creator of chocolate frogs be forgotten?" asked another student. "Everyone loves them. They're sold in every wizarding sweet shop from here to Timbuktu." "That's what we're going to find out," Felix declared with certainty. "Once we're back at Hogwarts, we're going to research everything we can about Eleanor Bumbleton. If she's been forgotten, well, it's time she was remembered properly." As the light outside began to fade, transitioning from golden afternoon to the deep blue of approaching evening, the excitement on the train shifted focus from the day's unusual events to the anticipation of arrival. First years nervously straightened their new robes, while returning students exchanged last-minute summer stories and predictions for the year ahead. When the train finally pulled into Hogsmeade Station with a shrill whistle and the hiss of releasing steam, the platform became a bustle of activity. Prefects called for first years to follow them to the boats, while older students made their way to the carriages that would take them up to the castle. In the midst of the commotion, Felix and Flora found themselves standing next to Percival Wilkins, who was directing traffic with practiced efficiency. "Forley," he called, catching their attention. "Both of you, a word." The twins approached, exchanging nervous glances. Perhaps their earlier reprieve had been temporary, and now that they had arrived at Hogwarts, official punishment would be meted out. But Wilkins merely handed them a small, carefully folded piece of parchment. "Professor Flitwick will be expecting you in his office tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, he said, his expression neutral but not unkind. "He's quite interested in discussing today's chocolate incident." "Are we in trouble?" Flora asked, unable to keep the worry from her voice. Wilkins allowed himself a small smile. "If you were, I doubt he'd have asked me to provide you with this." He reached into his pocket and withdrew a single chocolate frog box, identical to the dozens sold on the train each journey, except for one small detail. Instead of the standard Honeydukes logo, this box bore a delicate emblem that looked like a pair of tiny wings. "Said you might find this educational," Wilkin explained, handing the box to Felix, "though he also suggested you might want to open it in a controlled environment, preferably one without an audience. With that cryptic recommendation, he turned back to his prefect duties, leaving the twins staring at the unusual chocolate frog package. "Should we open it now?" Felix whispered to his sister, turning the box over in his hands. Flora shook her head, carefully taking the box and tucking it into her robes. "Let's wait until we're back in the common room. After today, I think we've had enough public spectacle for a while." As they joined the stream of students making their way toward the waiting carriages, the twins couldn't help but feel that the magical year ahead had already begun, with the promise of mysteries to unravel and forgotten history to rediscover. Whatever Professor Flitwick wanted to discuss with them, and whatever secret the unusual chocolate frog might contain, were adventures for another day. For now, the warm lights of Hogwarts Castle beckoned from across the lake, welcoming them back to a place where the ordinary and extraordinary dance together daily, where forgotten witches might be remembered again, and where even the simplest magical sweets could lead to the most unexpected discoveries. The carriages rolled forward, pulled by the invisible thestrals that most students couldn't see, carrying their passengers toward the castle and all the magical possibilities the new term would bring. As they approached, Felix and Flora looked up at the towering spires and glowing windows of Hogwarts, both thinking the same thing. Sometimes the most magical journeys began not with grand spells or ancient artifacts, but with something as simple as a chocolate frog that refused to behave as expected. Behind them, the Hogwarts Express released one final billow of steam, as if sighing contentedly after successfully delivering another generation of young witches and wizards to their magical home. And somewhere, perhaps the spirit of Eleanora Bumbleton, creator of jumping chocolate, bringer of small joys no longer quite so forgotten, smiled at the thought that her legacy lived on, not just in her enchanted confections, but in the curiosity and wonder they still inspired. As the last of the students disappeared into the castle's welcoming embrace, a single chocolate frog, an ordinary one, not enchanted beyond its standard single jump, hopped from an empty carriage onto the path. It made its one leap, landed on the gravel, and became still. A moment later, a gentle breeze lifted it, carrying it in a slow, graceful arc toward the edge of the forbidden forest, where it would become part of the cycle of magical life that surrounded Hogwarts, nourishing the soil that would grow ingredients for future potions, future feasts, and, perhaps, future magically animated sweets that would inspire generations of young witches and wizards yet to come. And so, as night settled fully over the Scottish Highlands, the day's adventure came to its natural conclusion. But, like all the best magical stories, its effects would ripple outward, touching lives and creating new beginnings in ways that even the most gifted seer could not fully predict. For that, too, is the nature of magic, not just spells and potions, wands and incantations, but the unexpected connections and discoveries that transform the ordinary into the extraordinary, leaving us forever changed by the encounter. Twilight had begun to settle over the Scottish countryside, painting the rolling hills in shades of lavender and gold as the Hogwarts Express continued its journey northward. Olivia Merriweather pressed her forehead against the cool glass of the compartment window, watching as the landscape transformed with the fading light. Her eyes felt heavy, weighted by the excitement of the day and the gentle, rhythmic sway of the train. Fourth year at Hogwarts meant new challenges, more complex spell work, the looming shadow of Oworth just a year away, and the increasingly complicated social dynamics that seemed to shift like the staircases in the castle itself. Olivia stifled a yawn, barely noticing as her fellow Gryffindors continued their animated discussion about summer adventures and Quidditch prospects for the coming year. What she needed more than anything at that moment was a quiet place to rest her eyes, just for a little while. "I think I'm going to stretch my legs," she murmured to no one in particular, rising from her seat. Her friends, deep in debate about whether the Holyhead Harpies would make the league finals this year, barely acknowledged her departure with distracted nods. The corridor outside was surprisingly empty. Most students had settled into their compartments for the remainder of the journey, the initial excitement of reunion having given way to comfortable conversation, or, in some cases, early evening naps. Olivia walked slowly, one hand trailing along the panelled wall for balance as the train rounded a gentle curve. She wasn't entirely sure what she was looking for, perhaps just a moment of solitude, a breath of quiet in the midst of the bustling train. But as she approached the junction between carriages, something caught her eye. A door she hadn't noticed before, tucked into an alcove just before the connecting passage. The door was different from the others, slightly taller, with a frame of dark polished wood and a small brass plaque that read simply, "Rest." Curious, Olivia glanced around to see if anyone else had noticed this unusual compartment, but the corridor remained empty. Tentatively, she reached for the brass handle and turned it. The door swung open silently, revealing a space unlike any other compartment she'd seen on the Hogwarts Express. Instead of the usual facing benches, this room contained what appeared to be a cozy sleeping cabin. A comfortable-looking bed with thick burgundy velvet blankets occupied one side, while a small cushioned window seat filled the space beneath a larger-than-usual window. The lighting was soft and warm, emanating from what looked like tiny, captured stars floating near the ceiling. "Hello?" Olivia called softly, but received no answer. The compartment appeared to be empty, and there was no luggage to suggest that anyone had claimed it. She hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside, drawn by the inviting warmth and the promise of rest. The door closed behind her with a soft click, and immediately the sounds of the train, the distant chatter of students, the clatter of wheels on rails, faded to a gentle, almost musical hum. Just for a few minutes, Olivia told herself, sinking onto the edge of the bed. The mattress seemed to conform perfectly to her shape, as if it had been waiting specifically for her. The velvet blanket felt impossibly soft beneath her fingertips, like stroking a cloud that had somehow been captured and woven into fabric. Without really meaning to, she found herself lying down, her head coming to rest on a pillow that cradled her exactly right. The gentle rocking of the train combined with the extraordinary comfort of the bed was irresistible, and Olivia felt her eyelids growing heavier by the second. "Just 5 minutes," she murmured, as sleep washed over her like a gentle tide. When Olivia next opened her eyes, she knew immediately that something had changed. The quality of light in the compartment was different, softer, more golden, with strange patterns playing across the ceiling. She blinked, trying to clear the fog of sleep from her mind, and slowly sat up. What she saw made her gasp aloud. The walls of the compartment were no longer solid. Instead, they appeared to have transformed into transparent panels, looking out onto a vast, enchanted forest. Tall trees with silver bark and leaves in impossible colors, teal, magenta, gold, swayed gently in what must have been a breeze, though Olivia couldn't feel it. Between the trees, small creatures darted and played, some familiar like rabbits and squirrels, others entirely fantastical, like tiny winged deer no larger than kittens. The ceiling had become a twilight sky, scattered with stars that were too bright, too colourful to be real. They shifted and rearranged themselves as Olivia watched, forming constellations she'd never seen in any astronomy textbook, then dissolving back into random patterns of light. Even the floor had transformed, becoming transparent to reveal what appeared to be a gently flowing stream beneath, its waters clear as crystal and filled with fish whose scales glittered like precious gems. "Am I still dreaming?" Olivia whispered, reaching out to touch the nearest wall. Her fingers met solid resistance, though the forest scene continued to move behind it, as if she were looking through a perfect window. "Not exactly dreaming, no," came a voice from the corner of the compartment. "Though not exactly awake either. It's rather an in-between state, wouldn't you say?" Olivia turned sharply to find she was no longer alone. Sitting on the window seat was a girl about her own age, with long, wavy hair so pale it was almost white, and eyes of such a light blue they seemed almost colourless. She wore Ravenclaw robes, but they were unlike any Hogwarts uniform Olivia had seen. The fabric shimmered with an iridescence that made it look as if tiny stars had been woven into the cloth. "Who are you?" Olivia asked, surprised to find she wasn't frightened, merely curious. The girl smiled dreamily. "I'm Luna Lovegood, and you're the one who found the Morpheus compartment. Not many do, you know. It only appears to those who truly need rest. Not just physical rest, but rest for the soul." "The Morpheus compartment," Olivia repeated, glancing around at the transformed space. "I've never heard of it." "Most haven't," Luna replied simply. "It's one of Hogwarts Express's secrets, rather like the room of requirement at school, except this one is specifically for dreaming." She tilted her head, studying Olivia with an expression of gentle interest. "Your dreams must be particularly vivid. The compartment hasn't transformed this completely in quite some time." Olivia looked around again, taking in the fantastical landscape that now surrounded them. "This is from my dreams? But I don't remember dreaming about a forest like this." "Not conscious dreams, perhaps," Luna said, twirling a strand of her silvery hair around one finger. "Deeper dreams. The kind that live in the heart rather than the mind. The compartment reads what your spirit needs most and provides it." As if to illustrate her point, a soft melody began to play, seemingly from nowhere and everywhere at once. It was a tune Olivia had never heard before, and yet it felt achingly familiar, like a half-forgotten lullaby from earliest childhood. "Listen," Luna said, closing her eyes. "Listen to their music of your soul." Olivia closed her eyes as well, letting the gentle melody wash over her. It was beautiful, wistful yet hopeful, complex yet soothing. As she listened, the notes seemed to take shape in her mind, forming images and emotions rather than just sounds. Sunshine through autumn leaves, the comforting weight of a book in her hands, her mother's laugh, the feeling of casting a perfect spell. When she opened her eyes again, the forest landscape had shifted slightly. The trees seemed to be swaying in time with the music, and the stars overhead pulsed gently, brightening and dimming with the rhythm. "This is incredible," Olivia breathed. "But why haven't I heard about this before? Surely other students must have found it over the years." Luna nodded, her expression serene. "Oh, they have. But the Morpheus compartment asks something of those who discover it. Discretion. It's not that it's a secret exactly, but rather that it chooses to whom it reveals itself. Those who need it find it, and those who find it tend to understand, instinctively, that it's not something to be shouted about in the Great Hall. Olivia nodded slowly, understanding. Some magical discoveries felt personal, meant to be cherished rather than broadcast. This special compartment, with its ability to bring dreams to partial life, felt like a gift, one that might vanish if exposed to too much scrutiny or skepticism. A movement outside the window caught her attention. Among the silver trees, a fox with russet fur was sitting on its haunches, watching the compartment with intelligent eyes. What made this fox unusual, besides its presence in this dreamscape, was that it appeared to be wearing a tiny pair of wire-rimmed spectacles perched on its narrow snout. As Olivia stared, the fox stood up on its hind legs, brushed its tail with its front paws as if tidying itself, and then approached the transparent wall of the compartment. To her astonishment, it placed one paw against the barrier and spoke. "Pardon me," the fox said, its voice cultured and polite, "but could you possibly direct me to the Whispering Glade? I have an appointment with the owl sage at sunset, and I'm afraid I've become rather turned around in these woods." Olivia looked to Luna, completely at a loss for how to respond. The Ravenclaw girl merely smiled encouragingly. "It's your dreamscape," Luna explained. "The inhabitants will often seek guidance from you, as you're the one who dreamed them into being, even if you didn't realize you were doing it." Feeling slightly foolish, but oddly willing to embrace the surreal situation, Olivia addressed the bespectacled fox. "I'm sorry, but I'm not familiar with the Whispering Glade. Perhaps it's..." She glanced around the visible forest, then pointed to a distant clearing where the trees seemed to quiver more actively than elsewhere, their leaves shimmering as if in conversation with each other. "Over there! That place looks like it might whisper." The fox followed her gesture, adjusted its glasses with one paw, and nodded appreciatively. "Ah, yes. I believe you're right. How clever of you to spot it. The Whispering Glade does tend to make itself known to those with the right kind of listening ears. Thank you kindly." With a formal little bow, the fox dropped back to all fours and trotted off in the direction Olivia had indicated, its fluffy tail swishing behind it like a banner. "That was a very polite fox," Olivia remarked, feeling a smile tugging at her lips. "The politest," Luna agreed, "though I once met a particularly courteous badger in my own dreamscape who sent me birthday cards for 3 years afterward. Dreams have a way of spilling into reality when you least expect it." Olivia wasn't entirely sure what to make of that statement, but in the context of this magical compartment, it didn't seem any more outlandish than spectacled foxes asking for directions. As they sat in comfortable silence for a few moments, Olivia became aware of something new appearing on the wall opposite her bed. What had previously been another forest scene was slowly transforming, the trees fading away to reveal what appeared to be an ornate picture frame. Within the frame, a portrait was taking shape, the figure of an elderly wizard with kind eyes and a beard that seemed to contain tiny twinkling lights, like fireflies caught in silver silk. "Who's that?" Olivia asked, watching as the portrait became clearer. Luna followed her gaze, her expression brightening with recognition. "Oh, that's the Riddle Master. He only appears when the occupants of the compartment are properly between waking and dreaming. Some say he's the one who created the Morpheus compartment, though others believe he's merely a manifestation of it, the compartment's way of communicating directly with its guests." As if aware he was being discussed, the portrait figure stirred, opening eyes that seemed to contain the same impossible stars that dotted the ceiling. When he spoke, his voice was deep and melodious, like distant thunder wrapped in velvet. "Greetings, dreamers," the Riddle Master said. "How wonderful to have visitors once more. It has been some time since the compartment found worthy travelers." Olivia felt a strange mixture of awe and comfort in the presence of this magical portrait. "Hello, sir," she replied. "Are you real or part of the dream?" The old wizard's eyes twinkled with amusement. "An interesting question, young Gryffindor. But perhaps the better question is, what is the difference? In the realm of magic, the line between what is real and what is dreamed is often thinner than a unicorn's tear." He stroked his glittering beard thoughtfully. "But I did not appear merely to discuss metaphysics. It is tradition that I offer visitors to the Morpheus compartment a riddle, one that may prove useful in their waking lives, if they can solve it." Luna clapped her hands delightedly. "Oh yes, please, the Riddle Master's puzzles are always so illuminating." The portrait nodded graciously at Luna, before turning his starry gaze back to Olivia. "For you, my dear, a riddle about transitions, as you stand at an important threshold in your life. I am not light, but I banish darkness. I am not courage, but I dispel fear. I am not wisdom, but I reveal truth. I am not strength, but I overcome obstacles. I cannot be held, yet you can carry me always. What am I?" The words seemed to hang in the air, shimmering slightly, as if imbued with their own magic. Olivia repeated them silently to herself, turning the puzzle over in her mind. The Riddle Master watched her patiently, neither encouraging nor judging, simply present. "Take your time," Luna advised. "The answer will come when it's ready, not before." Olivia nodded, still contemplating. As she thought, the dreamscape around them shifted subtly again. The forest remained, but now a path had appeared, winding away among the trees, disappearing into the distance. Along its edges bloomed flowers that seemed to be made of gentle light rather than physical matter. "The compartment responds to your thoughts," Luna explained, noticing Olivia's attention drawn to the changes. "It's providing symbols that might help you find your answer, if you know how to read them." Olivia studied the path, the way it curved through unknown territory, yet seemed inviting rather than intimidating. The glowing flowers that marked its borders, offering just enough illumination to see the way forward without banishing the mysterious beauty of the shadowed forest beyond. "Is it hope?" she ventured at last, looking back to the portrait. The Riddle Master's smile deepened, causing the lights in his beard to dance merrily. "Indeed, young one, hope is the lamp we carry into dark places, the bridge across troubled waters, the whisper that sustains us when all other voices fall silent. A most powerful magic, available to all, yet often overlooked." As he spoke these words, the path in the dreamscape brightened, the glowing flowers sending up gentle spirals of luminescent pollen that drifted through the air like tiny earthbound stars. "The coming year will present challenges for which conventional magic may not suffice," the Riddle Master continued. "Remember that hope is a magic of its own kind, one that requires no wand, no incantation, only the will to keep it alight." With these words, the portrait began to fade, the frame dissolving back into the forest scene, until only the old wizard's kind eyes remained visible for a moment, before they too disappeared, like stars obscured by dawn. "Doesn't stay long," Luna said, a note of wistfulness in her voice. "But his riddles linger if you let them." Olivia sat back against the pillows, feeling strangely lightened. as if some worry she hadn't even been fully aware of carrying had been partly lifted from her shoulders. "Does he always give the same riddle?" Luna shook her head, her silvery hair catching the light from the ceiling stars. "No, the riddle is always personalized for the visitor. Mine was about seeing what others miss, which has proven quite relevant to my life at Hogwarts." She smiled distantly. "People often think I don't notice when they hide my shoes or whisper loony behind my back, but I see everything, including things they themselves are blind to." There was no bitterness in her voice, only a serene acceptance that made Olivia feel a sudden surge of protectiveness toward this strange, dreamy girl. "That's terrible," she said. "They shouldn't treat you that way." Luna shrugged lightly. "People fear what they don't understand, and respond to fear in unkind ways. But the Morpheus compartment helps, sometimes. When reality becomes too harsh, I find my way here and remember that dreams can be as real as we need them to be." She gestured to the magical forest surrounding them. "This is a safe place when the world outside isn't." The sentiment struck a chord with Olivia. While she hadn't experienced the kind of bullying Luna described, she understood the need for sanctuary. Fourth year was already proving more demanding than she'd anticipated, with increasing academic pressure and shifting friendships as everyone began to grow in different directions. "I think I needed this," she admitted, "even though I didn't know it existed until today." "That's exactly why it appeared to you," Luna replied. "The Morpheus compartment knows what we need before we do. It's rather like having a very perceptive friend who can't speak except through dreams and riddles." As they talked, the dreamscape continued to evolve subtly around them. The forest remained the primary setting, but other elements appeared and faded. A distant castle made of what looked like opalescent shell, a flock of birds whose wings left trails of gentle light as they flew, a small pond where the water flowed upward into the air before falling back down as tiny, glittering snowflakes. Time seemed to behave differently here too. Though Olivia felt as if she'd been in the compartment for hours, the quality of light hadn't fundamentally changed, maintaining the same golden twilight glow that made everything look slightly enchanted. "Do you come here often?" Olivia asked Luna. "Whenever the train allows it," Luna replied. "Which isn't every journey. Sometimes I'll search for the door and find only a blank wall. The compartment has its own wisdom about when we truly need its comfort versus when we merely want it." She tilted her head curiously. "Would you like to explore? The dreamscape extends beyond what we can see from here." Olivia hesitated, eyeing the path that wound into the mysterious forest. "Is it safe?" "Perfectly," Luna assured her. "The Morpheus compartment would never manifest anything truly harmful. Challenging, perhaps. Mysterious, certainly, but never dangerous. These are your own dreams, after all, shaped by your deepest self." Intrigued, Olivia rose from the bed, which remained solid and real despite the fantastical surroundings. Luna joined her, and together they approached the wall that had become a window into the forest world. To Olivia's surprise, her hand passed through what had earlier been a solid barrier, as if the wall itself had become no more substantial than mist. "The boundaries between worlds grow thinner the deeper you go into the dream state," Luna explained, stepping fully through the wall and onto the glowing path beyond. She turned back, offering her hand. "Coming?" Olivia took a deep breath and stepped forward, passing through the ghostly wall. The sensation was curious, like walking through a curtain of cool silk that dissolved around her body. And then she was standing on the path, surrounded by the silver trees of the dream forest, the compartment visible behind her like a cozy room impossibly situated among the woods. The air here felt different, fresher, tinged with scents she couldn't identify but that reminded her of springtime and distant spices. The music that had been playing in the compartment was louder here, seeming to emanate from the trees themselves, as if they were singing gently to each other. "It's beautiful," Olivia breathed, turning slowly to take in the full panorama of her dreamscape. "Your mind created all of this," Luna reminded her, "even if you weren't consciously aware of doing so. These are the landscapes of your deeper self." They began to walk along the path, which glowed softly beneath their feet. The forest around them was alive with gentle movement and sound, the rustle of unseen creatures, the swaying of branches in a breeze that seemed to carry whispers, the occasional flash of light as something winged darted between trees. As they rounded a bend in the path, they came upon a small clearing where a curious scene was unfolding. A group of tiny, humanoid figures, no taller than Olivia's hand, appeared to be holding some sort of ceremony. They had gathered around a miniature stone circle, in which a blue flame burned without fuel, and were passing a thimble-sized chalice between them. "Blue caps," Luna whispered, though there seemed no need for discretion as the small creatures paid them no attention. They're spirits of creativity and inspiration. They gather at the boundaries between dreams and consciousness, collecting ideas that fall through the cracks of our awareness. The blue caps continued their ritual, their melodious, high-pitched voices creating a harmony that blended perfectly with the forest's ambient music. As Olivia watched, one of them looked up, meeting her gaze directly. Unlike its fellows, who had indistinct features, this blue cap possessed startlingly clear eyes that seemed too wise for its tiny face. It gestured to her with a minute hand, beckoning her closer. Curious, Olivia knelt down at the edge of their stone circle. The wise-eyed blue cap approached, carrying something cupped in its hands. When it reached her, it opened its palms to reveal what appeared to be a seed, though like nothing Olivia had seen before. The seed glowed with an inner light pulsing gently like a tiny heart. "I think it wants you to have that," Luna said softly. Carefully, Olivia extended her hand, palm up. The blue cap placed the seed in the center of her palm, where it felt warm and surprisingly heavy for its size. The moment it touched her skin, Olivia felt a curious sensation, like a word on the tip of her tongue, a memory almost but not quite recalled, a thought hovering just beyond conscious grasp. "What is it?" she asked, looking to Luna. "An idea not yet realized," Luna replied. "A possibility. The blue caps cultivate them until someone comes along who can bring them into being." She smiled her dreamlike smile. "They've been keeping it for you." The blue cap bowed formally, then rejoined its companions, who had gathered around the blue flame once more. The ceremony continued as if it had never been interrupted. "Should I do something with it?" Olivia asked, still holding the glowing seed. Luna shook her head. "Just keep it safe. When the time is right, it will grow into whatever it's meant to become. Ideas can't be forced." Olivia carefully tucked the seed into the pocket of her robes, feeling its gentle warmth against her side. They continued down the path, leaving the blue caps to their mysterious ritual. The forest grew denser as they walked, the silver trees giving way to older, more gnarled specimens, whose branches twisted together overhead, creating a canopy that filtered the starlight into dappled patterns. Yet despite the increasing density of the forest, the path remained clear and well lit, winding confidently through the underbrush. "Oh, look," Luna said suddenly, pointing ahead. "The library." Following her gesture, Olivia saw that the path led to what appeared to be an ancient tree of impossible size. Its trunk must have been 30 feet in diameter, and it rose so high that its upper branches disappeared into the misty air above. Set into the trunk was an arched doorway, from which warm, golden light spilled onto the path. As they approached, Olivia could see that the door was actually the entrance to a hollow within the tree, a hollow far larger than should have been physically possible. Inside was what appeared to be an extensive library, with shelves carved directly into the living wood of the tree's interior, each one filled with books of all shapes and sizes. "Every dreamer's forest has a heart," Luna explained as they reached the threshold, "a center that reflects their deepest passions and values. Yours appears to be knowledge and stories." They stepped inside, and Olivia gasped in wonder. The interior of the tree was vast, easily the size of the Hogwarts library, though with a much cozier atmosphere. Comfortable reading nooks had been carved into the walls, each furnished with cushions and small, floating lights. A spiral staircase wound upward, leading to additional levels of bookshelves that extended far higher than the tree should have been able to accommodate. At the center of the space stood a large round table of polished wood, upon which lay an open book, whose pages appeared to be turning by themselves, though no breeze stirred within the library. "Your book of possibilities," Luna said, approaching the table. "Every dreamer has one, though they take different forms. Mine appears as a series of paintings that change when I'm not looking directly at them." Olivia joined her at the table, looking down at the book with fascination. The pages were filled with writing and illustrations, but as soon as she tried to focus on any specific content, it seemed to shift and change, becoming something else entirely. "You can't read it directly," Luna explained, noticing her confusion. "It contains all the paths your life might take, all the choices not yet made. If you could read it clearly, it would defeat the purpose of living those possibilities yourself." Olivia reached out hesitantly, placing her hand on the open page. The moment she touched the parchment, a rush of sensations washed over her. Feelings rather than coherent thoughts or images. Joy, uncertainty, triumph, wonder, challenge, growth, all intermingled in a complex tapestry of potential experience. "Oh," she breathed, drawing her hand back in surprise. "It's overwhelming." "Life usually is," Luna agreed, with her characteristic blend of dreaminess and unexpected wisdom, "but wonderful because of it, don't you think?" Before Olivia could respond, a soft chiming sound filled the library, gentle but persistent, like distant bells. Luna's expression turned wistful. "Ah, that's the waking call. Our time in the dreamscape is coming to an end." "Already?" Olivia asked, surprised. "But it feels like we've barely explored." "Time moves differently in dreams," Luna reminded her. "And the Morpheus compartment knows when we need to return to the waking world. But don't worry, the door may appear to you again when you truly need it." The chiming grew slightly louder, and the warm light of the library began to pulse gently, as if in time with the sound. "We should head back to the compartment," Luna suggested. "It's easier to transition that way." Reluctantly, Olivia followed her back along the path through the forest. The dreamscape seemed to be gently fading around the edges now, the colors becoming less vivid, the sounds more distant. Yet the path still glowed beneath their feet, guiding them unfailingly back to where they had started. The Morpheus compartment was visible ahead, looking even more inviting than before, a haven of safety and rest in the midst of the fading dream forest. they stepped through the misty wall, returning to the physical space where their journey had begun. "Will I remember all this when I wake up?" Olivia asked, suddenly worried that the magical experience would slip away like ordinary dreams so often did. Luna smiled reassuringly. "The experiences in the Morpheus compartment stay with you, though they may take on a slightly different quality in waking memory, like looking at something underwater, clear but somehow transformed by the medium through which you view it." The chiming was louder now, and the walls of the compartment were gradually returning to solid form, the dreamscape forest fading behind them. The starry ceiling remained, though the constellations were settling into more familiar pattern. "Will I see you at school?" Olivia asked, suddenly realizing she didn't know Luna beyond this dream encounter. "Oh yes," Luna replied, "though we might not cross paths often, with you being in Gryffindor and a year ahead. But dreamers have a way of recognizing each other in the waking world. You'll know me when you see me." The chiming had become insistent now, and Olivia felt a curious tugging sensation, as if some part of her was being gently pulled back into wakefulness. "Thank you," she said to Luna, "for guiding me through this." Luna's smile was the last thing Olivia saw clearly, as the dreamscape dissolved completely and wakefulness reclaimed her. "Remember," Luna's voice echoed, growing fainter, "dreams are just another kind of magic." Olivia opened her eyes to find herself lying on the comfortable bed in the Morpheus compartment, which had returned to its original appearance, cozy and inviting, but ordinary in comparison to the magical landscape it had contained during her dream. The velvet blanket was still draped over her, and the gentle rocking of the train continued unabated. For a moment she wondered if the entire experience had been merely a vivid dream. The forest, the talking fox, the riddle master, Luna, all of it. But as she sat up, she felt something warm in her pocket. Reaching in, she withdrew a tiny glowing seed that pulsed with an inner light, just like the one the blue cap had given her in the dreamscape. Smiling to herself, Olivia carefully returned the seed to her pocket and rose from the bed. Outside the window, the sky had deepened to true twilight, and in the distance, she could just make out the twinkling lights of Hogsmeade Station. The door of the compartment opened as easily as it had closed, revealing the familiar corridor of the Hogwarts Express, now bustling with activity as students prepared for arrival. There was no sign of the Ravenclaw girl from her dream, but Olivia wasn't concerned. As Luna had said, dreamers had a way of recognizing each other. As she made her way back to her original compartment, Olivia felt refreshed in a way that went beyond merely physical rest. The Morpheus compartment had offered her something she hadn't realized she needed. A reminder that magic existed in many forms, including the dreams and hopes we carry within us. The seed in her pocket pulsed warmly, a tangible reminder of possibilities yet to unfold, and Olivia smiled, ready for whatever the new school year might bring. Around her, the Hogwarts Express began to slow as it approached its destination, carrying its precious cargo of young witches and wizards toward another year of magic, learning, and discovery. And somewhere along the train, a door that led to the Morpheus compartment waited patiently for the next dreamer who needed its particular brand of magic. Dreams made manifest, riddles that revealed truth, and the gentle reminder that sometimes the most powerful enchantments were the ones we carried within ourselves all along. The September sunlight spilled through the windows of the Hogwarts Express like liquid gold, painting warm rectangles across the worn carpet of the corridor and turning dust motes into drifting stars. Most compartments had filled quickly after the train's departure from platform 93/4, but a few quiet spaces remained for those who sought, or perhaps needed, solitude on the journey northward. In the last carriage, second compartment from the end, sat Elliot Nightshade, his slender frame curled against the window, as if he might somehow melt into the glass itself. A sixth-year Hufflepuff, with eyes the colour of rain clouds, Elliot had chosen this same seat every year since his first journey to Hogwarts, drawn to it by some instinct he couldn't quite name but trusted without question. 6 Quays, 6 journeys, 6 times watching London fade into countryside from this exact spot, where the sunlight fell just so across his hands and the vibration of the train hummed through the glass at a frequency that seemed to resonate with something deep inside him. This year, however, Elliot had arrived at King's Cross with a heaviness that hadn't accompanied previous journeys. His summer had been difficult, his parents' separation finally becoming official, his grandmother's declining health, his own lingering uncertainty about what path he should pursue after Hogwarts. The familiar excitement of returning to school had been muted beneath layers of worry and doubt, but still, he had made his way to his window seat, as if drawn by an invisible thread, hoping that the familiar ritual of the journey might restore some sense of normalcy. The compartment was empty, save for his own presence and that of his tawny owl, Artemis, who dozed contentedly in her cage on the opposite seat. Elliot preferred it this way. Over the years he had developed a reputation as something of a loner, not unfriendly but reserved, more comfortable with books and quiet contemplation than with the boisterous social life that many of his peers enjoyed. Most students respected his preference for solitude during the train journey, if nowhere else. Outside the window, the landscape had transformed from the crowded suburbs of London to the rolling green fields of the countryside. Farms and small villages flashed by, each one a tiny world glimpsed for a moment before being left behind. Elliot pressed his forehead against the cool glass, allowing the rhythmic motion of the train to lull him into a state of calm that had been elusive for months. As the fields gave way to more rugged terrain, hills that would eventually become the Highlands of Scotland, Elliot noticed something curious about his reflection in the window. The glass seemed to be holding his image a fraction of a second too long, creating a slight delay between his movements and those of his reflection. He blinked, and his reflection blinked just after, like an echo of light rather than its perfect mirror. Odd, he murmured, sitting back slightly to observe the phenomenon more carefully. His reflection did the same, but as it moved, it changed. The Elliot in the glass was suddenly younger, perhaps 11 or 12. His face rounder, his eyes wider with the wonder of someone encountering the magical world for the first time. The young reflection wore brand new robes, still creased from their packaging, and an expression of nervous excitement that Elliot recognized from his own first journey to Hogwarts. Startled, Elliot jerked back from the window, and the image vanished, replaced by his normal reflection once more. He leaned forward again, cautiously, half expecting, half hoping, to see the younger version of himself return. Instead, the glass rippled like disturbed water, and a new scene formed within its depths. He was looking not at a reflection now, but what appeared to be a memory. Himself, age 12, sitting in the Hufflepuff common room, surrounded by drifts of parchment, frustration evident in every line of his body. Elliot remembered that night vividly, his first major transfiguration assignment, a concept he couldn't quite grasp, the fear of failure threatening to overwhelm him. In the memory window, a figure approached the younger Elliot. Cedric Diggory, then a 4th year, his easy smile and patient explanation breaking through the younger boy's frustration. By the end of the evening, Elliot had not only completed his assignment, but had developed a solid understanding of the principles that had been eluding him. "Cedric," Elliot whispered, a lump forming in his throat. The older boy had been kind to him on numerous occasions, always taking time to help younger Hufflepuffs navigate the challenges of magical education. His death during the Triwizard Tournament had left a wound in the house that had never fully healed. The scene in the window shifted again, rippling like a pond in a gentle breeze. Now Elliot saw himself, a year older, standing outside the owlery, a letter clutched in his hand. The first letter his parents had sent separately after their initial separation. In the memory, he couldn't bring himself to open it, fearing the finality of the words inside. As his younger self hesitated, a small barn owl had fluttered down to perch on his shoulder, its feathers soft against his cheek. It was Artemis, newly gifted to him, her presence a comfort in that moment of uncertainty. Elliot glanced across at the real Artemis, still sleeping peacefully in her cage. "You always did know when I needed company," he said softly. The window continued to show him moments from his past, some significant, others seemingly mundane but charged with emotion that Elliot had forgotten until now. His first successful, complex charm, the pride that had surged through him, the afternoon he'd spent by the lake with friends, laughing until his sides ached, the quiet morning in the library when he'd discovered his passion for magical history, a book on ancient runes opening a world of possibility he hadn't known existed. Each scene flowed into the next, creating a tapestry of experiences that Elliot realized had shaped him more than he'd recognized. He watched his own growth, saw the moments of both struggle and triumph that had led him to where he was now. It was like reading his own biography, written in light and memory upon the glass. As he watched, mesmerized, the compartment door slid open with a gentle sound. Elliot turned, slightly dazed, to find a girl standing in the doorway. Amara Okafor, a 7th-year Ravenclaw whom he knew by sight but had rarely spoken with directly. "Sorry," she said, her voice soft but clear. "Most compartments are full and I was hoping for somewhere quiet to read. Would you mind if I joined you?" Elliot hesitated, glancing back at the window, which now showed only the normal passing countryside, his own reflection as it should be. Had he imagined the entire experience? The vividness of the memories still lingered in his mind, too real to have been mere daydreams. "Of course," he said at last, gesturing to the seat across from him. "Please." Amara smiled gratefully and settled herself beside Artemis's cage, unfolding her long limbs with elegant economy of movement. She was carrying a thick book bound in midnight blue leather, which she placed on her lap but didn't immediately open. "That's your owl?" she asked, nodding toward Artemis, who had awakened at the newcomer's arrival and was regarding her with intelligent amber eyes. "Yes, Artemis. She's been with me since 3rd year." Amara extended a finger toward the cage, and Artemis leaned forward to inspect it before giving it a gentle nip of approval. "She's beautiful. I've always loved owls. There's something so wise about them, don't you think? As if they understand far more than they let on." Elliot nodded, feeling a curious sense of ease with this unexpected companion. Perhaps it was the lingering effect of the window's revelations, or simply Amara's calm presence, but he found himself less resistant to company than usual. For a few minutes they sat in comfortable silence, Amara opening her book and Elliot returning his gaze to the window, hoping for another glimpse of the magical reflections. The glass remained stubbornly normal, however, showing only the passing landscape and occasionally his own face. exactly as one would expect from an ordinary window. He was about to turn away in disappointment when he noticed something odd about Amara's reflection in the glass. While she sat reading quietly across from him, her reflection appeared to be looking directly at him, a soft smile on her face that wasn't present in reality. As he stared, her reflected image seemed to mouth words, though the real Amara was silent, absorbed in her book. Elliot rubbed his eyes, wondering if the long summer and the strain of recent months were causing him to hallucinate. When he looked again, however, Amara's reflection was still behaving independently, now raising an eyebrow, as if encouraging him to understand something important. "What are you looking at?" The real Amara's voice broke through his confusion. She was watching him curiously, her book temporarily forgotten in her lap. Elliot hesitated, uncertain how to explain. This might sound strange, but... "Do you see anything unusual in the window's reflection?" Amara tilted her head, considering him for a moment, before her expression softened with recognition. "Ah," she said simply. "You found it then?" "Found what?" "The memory glass," she replied, closing her book and leaning forward slightly. "Not all the windows on the Hogwarts Express are ordinary, you know. There's a particular seat, always in a different location each journey, where the glass shows more than just the outside world. I found it during my 3rd year, though I didn't understand what it was until later." Elliot felt a rush of relief at not being alone in his experience, followed quickly by curiosity. "What did you see?" "My past at first," Amara said, her dark eyes distant with remembrance. "Key moments that had shaped me, both magical and mundane. Then it began to show me glimpses of possible futures, not fixed destinies, but paths that might be available to me if I chose to walk them." She gestured toward the window, which was now showing the countryside again, as innocent as if it had never revealed anything extraordinary. "The memory glass appears to those who need perspective, who are at a crossroads and require guidance, or perhaps just the reminder that they have already overcome challenges in the past and are capable of facing new ones." "But how does it know?" Elliot asked. "And why did your reflection seem to be trying to communicate with me?" Amara smiled, her expression warm. "No one knows exactly how the memory glass works. Whether it's an enchantment placed by the founders, or something that developed naturally over centuries of magical students traveling this route, with their hopes and fears and dreams. As for my reflection," she shrugged lightly, "the glass sometimes shows connections between passengers. Perhaps it recognized that I might have insight to offer." She shifted in her seat, her posture relaxing slightly, as if preparing for a longer conversation. "May I ask what you saw?" Elliot described the visions the window had shown him. His younger self, the memory with Cedric, the moment with Artemis and the letter. As he spoke, he realized that each memory shared a common thread. Moments when he had faced uncertainty or difficulty and found the strength or support to move forward. "He's showing you your own resilience," Amara observed when he had finished. "Reminding you of all the times you've navigated challenges successfully, often with the help of others." Elliot nodded slowly, the insight resonating with something deep within him. "I've been feeling rather lost lately, uncertain about what comes next, or if I'm on the right path at all. That's not uncommon in 6th year," Amara said with a gentle smile. "It's when many of us begin to seriously consider what our lives might look like beyond Hogwarts. The possibilities can feel overwhelming, especially when combined with other life challenges. As she spoke, the window began to change again, the glass taking on a subtle luminosity that drew both their gazes. This time, the scene that formed was not a memory from Elliot's past, but what appeared to be a vision of a possible future. Elliot, perhaps a year or two older, standing in what looked like the Department of Magical Artifacts at the Ministry of Magic, carefully examining an ancient rune-covered tablet. His future self's expression was one of focused fascination, the kind that comes from doing work that aligns perfectly with one's passions. The scene shifted, showing another possibility. Elliot in the Hogwarts library, but now sitting on the other side of the desk, helping a young student decipher a complex text. The future Elliot wore the robes of a teaching assistant or junior professor, his manner patient and encouraging, much as Cedric's had been with him years earlier. A third vision appeared, Elliot in what appeared to be a small shop, surrounded by books and magical artifacts, carefully wrapping a package for a customer. The shop had the comfortable, slightly cluttered atmosphere of a place curated with love rather than strict organization, and future Elliot moved through it with the ease of someone in their rightful place. "Those are possibilities," Amara said softly as the visions faded. "Not guarantees, merely paths that align with your talents and interests as the glass perceives them." Elliot sat back, processing what he had seen. Each potential future had felt right somehow, resonating with aspects of himself that he valued. They all seemed so different, yet somehow connected. The email involved your passion for history and artifacts, your desire to learn and to share knowledge, Amara observed. Different expressions of the same core values. As they discussed the visions, Elliot noticed something new appearing in the window. A large owl with unusually soft, almost sorrowful eyes. It was perched on a branch outside, but strangely, when Elliot turned to look directly out the window, there was no owl to be seen, only its reflection in the glass, watching them with ancient wisdom in its gaze. "The Guardian," Amara said, noticing his attention shift. "At least, that's what I call it. It only appears in the reflection, never in the real world outside. I've seen it each time the memory glass has revealed itself to me." "What do you think it means?" Elliot asked, studying the spectral owl with fascination. "I believe it represents the wisdom we carry within us. The knowledge that we often already know what path we should take, if only we would listen to our deeper selves." She smiled thoughtfully. Owls are messengers after all, and symbols of wisdom, in both magical and muggle traditions. The owl in the reflection ruffled its feathers and tilted its head, its gaze shifting from Elliot to the countryside beyond, as if directing their attention outward. As they watched, the glass began to show a new set of reflections, but these were neither memories nor future possibilities. Instead, they saw other students on the train, a nervous first year clutching his wand like a lifeline, a group of friends laughing together in a compartment filled with sunshine, a solitary seventh year staring out of her own window with a mixture of excitement and trepidation about the final year ahead. Each vignette lasted only a moment before flowing into the next, creating a tapestry of shared experience that stretched throughout the train. "We're all on journeys," Amara said softly. "Not just the physical journey to Hogwarts, but personal journeys of growth and discovery. Sometimes it helps to remember that, especially when your own path seems uncertain." The reflection of the owl hooted silently, as if in agreement, before spreading its wings and flying out of the frame of the window. As it disappeared, the glass returned to normal, showing only the passing landscape and their own true reflections. Elliot felt strangely lighter, as if the window had not only shown him visions, but had somehow lifted a weight from his shoulders. The future remained uncertain, but that uncertainty now felt more like possibility than burden. "How did you know to look for me?" he asked Amara after a moment. "You said the memory glass appears in different places each journey, yet you found this compartment specifically." Amara's smile held a hint of mischief. "The glass may move, but it leaves traces for those who have experienced it before. A certain quality to the light, a feeling in the air." She shrugged lightly. "After you encounter it once, you develop a sense for its presence, and sometimes you feel drawn to help others discover it, as someone once helped me. Someone showed you the memory glass." "A 7th year, when I was in 3rd, Amara confirmed. "Eleanor Blackwood. She found me looking lost on the train and somehow knew exactly where to take me. The glass showed me what I needed to see that day, and before we arrived at Hogsmeade, Eleanor explained that one day I might feel called to do the same for someone else." Her eyes crinkled with amusement. "I wasn't planning to seek anyone out today, but when I felt the pull toward this carriage, I decided to follow it." Elliot considered this, appreciating the sense of continuity, of something being passed down from student to student across the years. "I wonder how far back it goes," he mused. "How many generations of Hogwarts students have sat in front of the memory glass and seen what they needed to see?" "The history books don't mention it," Amara said, "which makes me think it's meant to be a personal discovery, not general knowledge. Something special for those who need it most, when they need it most." The train had begun to climb now, winding through hills that grew steadily more rugged as they journeyed northward. The afternoon sunlight slanted differently through the window, painting the compartment in warm amber tones that created an atmosphere of comfortable intimacy. "What will you do?" Elliot asked. "After Hogwarts? Did the glass help you decide?" Amara considered the question, her fingers tracing the embossed pattern on her book's cover. "It showed me possibilities, as it did for you, but the choice remained mine to make." She smiled, a quiet confidence in her expression. "I'm planning to enter the Department of Magical Education at the Ministry. There are reforms needed, ways to ensure that magical learning is accessible to all young witches and wizards, regardless of their background or circumstances. The glass didn't tell me to choose that path, but it helped me recognize that it aligns with what matters most to me." "Making a difference," Elie observed. "We all do, in our own ways," Amara replied. "Sometimes the most profound differences are made in quiet moments. A word of encouragement, a helping hand, being present for someone who needs it. The grand gestures get remembered in history books, but it's the small kindnesses that often matter most in individual lives." As she spoke, the window began to subtly change again, the glass taking on that distinctive luminous quality. This time, the reflection showed Elliot as he was now, but with a soft golden light surrounding him, connecting him via delicate threads of the same light to various people in his life. His parents, connected to him separately but still both linked. His friends at Hogwarts, teachers who had influenced him, even Amara herself. A new thread forming between them as they spoke. "The web of connection," Amara said, watching the vision with a smile of recognition. "The glass showed me something similar once. It's a reminder that none of us exists in isolation. We are shaped by our relationships and, in turn, help shape others through our interactions with them." Elliot studied the luminous threads, noticing how they pulsed with different intensities and colors, some strong and vibrant, others more delicate but no less significant. Even with everything changing, he said slowly, these connections remain. They evolve, Amara corrected gently. Relationships change form, grow stronger or weaker over time, but once established, a connection never completely disappears. It becomes part of the fabric of who we are. The reflection shifted one final time, showing Elliot standing at a crossroads of glowing paths, each one extending into a different possible future. But unlike typical roads, these paths were not straight lines. They curved and intersected, sometimes running parallel to each other, sometimes diverging only to reconnect further ahead. That's the most important thing the glass ever showed me, Amara said, leaning forward slightly, her voice warm with conviction. The paths we choose are rarely final or absolute. Life is more fluid than that, full of unexpected turns and new options that appear just when we think we've reached a dead end. The choice you make now doesn't have to define your entire future. As the vision faded, the owl with the soft eyes appeared once more in the reflection, perched now on Elliot's shoulder, though he felt no weight there in reality. It gently nuzzled his reflected ear before spreading its wings and dissolving into motes of light that swirled once around him before disappearing entirely. The window returned to normal, now showing the familiar pine forests and mountains that indicated they were approaching the final stretch of their journey to Hogwarts. Elliot and Amara sat in companionable silence for a while, each processing the experience in their own way. "Thank you," Elliot said finally, "for guiding me to this, or perhaps for allowing the glass to guide you to me." Amara's smile was warm with understanding. "That's how it works, I think. The right people find each other at the right moments, often without fully understanding why until later." She reopened her book, finding her place with practiced ease. "I have a feeling you'll be sitting in this seat again someday, perhaps years from now, with someone else who needs what the memory glass can show them." The thought felt right to Elliot, a continuation of the thread that had led Eleanor to Amara and Amara to him. Not an obligation, but a natural extension of the experience itself, a way of honoring what he had been given by being open to offering similar guidance when the time came. The remainder of the journey passed peacefully, with Amara reading her book and Elliot alternating between watching the increasingly familiar landscape and jotting occasional thoughts in a small notebook he kept in his pocket. They spoke occasionally, brief observations or questions that came to mind, but mostly existed together in a silence that felt comfortable rather than awkward. As the train began to slow, signaling their approach to Hogsmeade Station, Amara closed her book and met Elliot's gaze with a gentle smile. "The memory glass offers guidance," she said, "but the journey itself, that's still yours to experience, with all its challenges and joys." She stood, gathering her belongings with unhurried grace. "I hope your 6th year brings you clarity, Elliot Nightshade, and I hope your final year brings you fulfillment," he replied, surprised by how natural the formal well-wishing felt. With a nod of acknowledgement, Amara slid open the compartment door and stepped into the corridor, which was beginning to fill with students preparing for arrival. Just before she disappeared from view, she turned back with a final smile that held a hint of something knowing, as if they now shared a secret that transcended ordinary acquaintance. Left alone once more, Elliot turned to the window for a last look, half expecting to see another vision or the mysterious owl. But the glass showed only his own reflection now. ordinary, yet somehow changed. Not in appearance, but in the way he perceived himself. The face looking back at him was the same one he had seen every day of his life, yet now he could better recognize the strengths and possibilities it contained. The Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station with a final blast of its whistle, steam billowing past the windows as it came to a complete stop. Outside, the platform was already filling with students eager to begin another year. Elliot could hear Hagrid's booming voice calling for the first years, a familiar sound that marked the transition from journey to arrival. As he collected Artemis's cage and prepared to join the crowd exiting the train, Elliot paused for one final moment, placing his palm flat against the window glass. It felt warm beneath his touch, perhaps from the day's sunlight, perhaps from something more magical. "Thank you," he whispered, not feeling foolish in the slightest for addressing a window. In the world of Hogwarts, after all, the line between ordinary objects and magical ones was often delightfully blurred. For a brief moment, so brief he might have imagined it, the glass seemed to pulse with gentle warmth beneath his hand as if returning his farewell. Then it was simply a window again, one of hundreds on the scarlet steam engine that had carried generations of young witches and wizards toward their magical education and, more importantly, toward their best possible selves. Stepping onto the platform, Elliot lifted his face to the evening air, taking in the scent of pine and wood smoke that always marked his arrival at Hogsmeade. The castle waited in the distance, its windows already glowing with welcoming light against the deepening twilight. Whatever challenges this year might bring, he felt ready to face them. Not because all his doubts had been erased, but because he had been reminded of his capacity to grow through uncertainty. The memory glass had shown him not only who he had been and who he might become, but something more important, that the journey itself, with all its unexpected turns, its moments of both struggle and joy, was what would ultimately shape him into the person he was meant to be. And that journey, like the annual trip on the Hogwarts Express, was best approached not with fear of the unknown, but with openness to its possibility. As Elliot joined the stream of students making their way toward the carriages that would take them up to the castle, he caught a glimpse of Amara walking ahead, her tall figure easy to spot among the crowd. She turned slightly, as if sensing his gaze, and offered a small wave of acknowledgement, not a promise of continued connection, but a recognition of the one they had already formed, a thread in the luminous web that had been revealed in the memory glass, joining them to the countless others who had discovered its magic over the years. The last rays of sunset painted the distant towers of Hogwarts in gold and amber, a beacon guiding them home. Tomorrow would bring classes and challenges, friendships and rivalries, all the complicated joys of life at a school for magic. But tonight, as the carriages began their journey up the winding path to the castle, the future felt not like a burden of uncertainty, but like an adventure waiting to unfold. And somewhere behind them, in a now empty compartment of the Hogwarts Express, a window that was sometimes more than a window waited patiently for the journey home, when another student might find themselves drawn to the particular seat where the sunlight fell just so, and the glass showed not only what was outside, but what lay within, the memories, connections, and possibilities that made up a life in progress, a story still being written with each passing day. Our magical journey through Hogwarts comes to a close for tonight. Now you'll hear the gentle crackling of the common room fire and soothing ambient sounds of the castle to accompany you as you drift off to sleep. These calming sounds will continue without any advertisements or interruptions. May your dreams be filled with magic and wonder, and may you sleep as peacefully as if you were tucked away in your cozy four-poster bed in the dormitory. Good night, dear witch or wizard, until our next adventure in the wizarding world.